Good afternoon. Welcome to Harness Tube, our first maiden voyage here on Harness Tube to give you harness racing in the state of Illinois. We've got about 17 dates for harness racing for you throughout the county fair season. Steve Surratt, Lisa Surratt here doing the camera. Ed Tiffy will be the track announcer tonight. And we've got some things going on for you. But I want to go over where we are at with things. Here to start, let's go to the announcements of what's going on coming up. You can see our schedule up on the screen now. I should say now you can see it up on the screen as we get ready to switch up here. And the schedule looks like this. We're in Carrollton here tonight. Now, next Tuesday, we'll be in Carlinville at the Macoupin County Fair at 5:30. Then Decatur on Wednesday. Looks like a 4 o'clock post time there. Back to Decatur on Saturday. Then we're off until the 29th of June. We'll be at Rushville at the Schuyler Fair at 12 p.m. And then July 10th, we go from the 29th to the 10th. Knoxville, we'll be there at 5 p.m. Then we'll have the Henry Marshall Putman Fair County. That will be at 5 p.m. Petersburg, to be announced as far as it will be on the 19th. And we're going to follow that up the next week, as you can look at the schedule on your screen, with Urbana, Lincoln a couple of days, Charleston in 3 days, and then Mount Sterling will finish things up for us for the county fair circuit. But you're listening to Harness Tube, new product out there for harness racing in the state of Illinois. If you've never watched, it's a great place to watch to get to know the sport. Then we're going to give you the Midwest Illinois Racing Association schedule. May 31st, the Carrollton here, June 6th, Carlinville, June 29th, Rushville, July 19th, Petersburg, and August 5th and 6th will be in Mount Sterling for the Brown County Fair. That is the Midwest Illinois Racing Association schedule as far as that's concerned. So with that, we're going to take a quick station break. We'll be back after these messages. Yes.
In the Midwest and beyond for over 40. Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
We want to thank Midwest Harness Report for coming on with us this year. We also want to thank our generous donors out there, Lisa Hoffman, one of our sponsors, Midwestern Illinois Racing Association, and Steve Surratt, Lisa Surratt, which would be us. We actually do BC Hornet Sports, so thank those generous sponsors or donors out there. And then we need to also then take a look at your donations can help Harness Tube keep going. We're just fresh out of the box, folks. We've got a couple of advertisers, but takes a little bit to get to each one of these places and do the broadcast. So if you'd like to donate, go to Harness Tube on Facebook, or you can send it to a P.O. Box 63, Mount Sterling, Illinois. But we'd accept your donations. Or if you're an advertiser, we would love to have you on board with harness racing. And then next, we'll go to Star Spangled Banner. We'll be back.
We hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Great job, Jody Decker-Bennett. If you remain standing for just a second, we've had some unfortunate losses in the last year. Since last year's Greene County Fair, lost a great harness racing fan and a big supporter of the Greene County Fair, and Mr. Kenny Hoots, who passed away February 7th. Kenny survived by his wife Debbie, his in-laws Zeke and Dee Wheeler. Kenny was a longtime fan of harness racing here at the Greene County Fair. Then last year we lost Dick Talley. And Dick Talley in June of last year. Dick, a longtime supporter of the Greene County Fair and its harness racing program, the father of Michelle, Shannon, Doug, and Katie, all the horse owners, fans and supporters of the Greene County Fair, as was Dick Talley. And then in November of last year, we lost Jim Patterson. Jim passed away on November 4th. Jim Patterson, a fixture here at the Greene County Fair and at the horse races for many, many years, a husband of Mary Frances, father of Mindy, Missy, Jamie, Andy, Molly, longtime partner of the local trainer Bob Walker. Enjoyed sitting at the draw gate watching horses jog and train. Jim Patterson's memorial was to the Greene County Fair. The memorial was used to purchase 2 new benches with his name engraved on them, carrying on the Patterson family tradition. Then the longtime starter at the Illinois fairs, especially at these Midwest fairs. Most of you that have been here over the years have seen that red starting gate start the races here and through these Midwest fairs for the last 55 years. On February 2nd of this year, Bob Groter, who was that starter, who has started here for so many years, passed away in a tragic accident. He survived by his wife, BB, who's here tonight, along with children, Robbie and Brenda. Started at these fairs for over 55 years. Wearing red tonight, you'll see a lot of red throughout the fairgrounds in memory of Bob Groter and that red starting gate that was here for so many years. So, moment of silence in the memory of Kenny Hoots, Dick Talley, Jim Patterson, and Bob Groter. Thank you. Also need a gold passenger van. He's parked by the campers in the horse barn. A gold passenger van parked by the campers over around the horse barn. License plate DR96156. You need to move it. You're in the way. You're blocking some people in that gold passenger van. Illinois plate DR96156 needs to be moved immediately. So horsemen, bring out that first race. We're looking for the 2-year-old filly pacers in that Bob Groter Memorial. Big Flicka, Rockin' Diva. Feisty Ann, Sour Grapes, and Delight Moon.
As we get ready for the broadcast to start, the PA announcer is getting his things. Ed Teefy ready to go here. In your first race, you'll have Black Big Flicka, Rockin' Diva, Feisty Ann, Sour Grapes, and Delight Moon. That is your starting lineups for this first contest. You can look on the screen and you can see, just like the program book, you can see the page that happens with that and be able to see what's going on. And so as they get ready to do that, again, bear with us, first time out ever doing horse racing on everybody's point of view. And Lisa trying to give you some shots out there of what's going on. We'll go to that shot, and you can see some of the horses warming up out there. And I'm just going to fill in some space here every now and then. When Ed's not on the air, we'll fill in with some things. Again, a reminder that harness racing will be available to you several dates this summer. I think we have about 17 dates that will be at county fairs broadcasting harness racing. And so we're glad that you could do that. This is a brainchild of David Brink. And again, if you want to help with a donation or to be a sponsor for advertising, we welcome you on board for that. You can go to Facebook to Harness Tube and find out how to get a hold of David.
Through a technical error, the Lewis Harr Memorial was omitted from this year's fair program. The Harr family have been big supporters of the harness racing program here at the Greene County Fair for many, many years. So that race number 4 will be sponsored not only by Keelian Communications, but also be the Louis Harr Memorial. This first race, the Bob Groter Memorial, 2-year-old filly pacers. Number 1, Big Flecka, has only made one start, that in a qualifier at the Illinois State Fairgrounds, where she finished 3rd, was timed in a very good 2 minutes and 2/5. The other 4 starters, Rockin' Diva, Feisty Ann, Sour Grapes, and Delight Moon, make their career debuts here tonight. In this race, the 4 Sour Grapes, owned by Julie Collins of Arizona, trained and driven by Phil Knox, making her career debut a year ago on this night here at the Greene County Fair. Phil Knox with the Julie Collins-owned 2-year-old filly pacer, Fox Valley Kia, made her first lifetime start here. That filly made a break, as I remember it. Came away 2nd or 3rd, but Fox Valley Kia, along with trainer-driver Phil Knox and owner Julie Collins, got nothing but better after that debut here at the Greene County Fair. That filly went on to win at the Illinois State Fair, won the Night of Champions, and was a 2-year-old pacing filly of the year last year. Phil Knox starting Sour Grapes. 2-year-old pacing filly making her first lifetime start here in our first race. Remind you again that we have the Pick the Winner contest. Coupons are in the back of your program. Fill in those coupons. There's one for each one of our 15 races. Put your name and address and the horse that you think will win each race tonight. They'll be picked up. I know Brady Schrock is one of the young ones out there picking up those coupons. Fun to play along. If your name's drawn out and you've correctly picked the winner, you'll receive 5 tickets to the refreshment stand. So the Pick a Winner coupons are in the back of your race program. They'll be picked up after each one of our races. Then there'll be a drawing after each race for a chance to win those free refreshment tickets. All right, 2-year-old pacing fillies are out now for the first race. We remind you, horsemen, 15 races on tonight's card. We'd appreciate you being ready with that second race immediately after the conclusion of this one. Filly pacers are out for the first race, the Bob Groter Memorial. There's your field for the first race of the evening, the Bob Groter Memorial. For Illinois-bred 2-year-old pacing fillies. Number 1, Big Flicka, owned by Nan Turner of Argenta. John Fletcher is the trainer. Mike Rogers drives. 2, Rockin' Diva, owned by Jermaine Spann of Richland, Mississippi. Jerry Blount is the trainer with Zachary Denson driving. 3's Feisty Ann, owned by the Toya Hulett of Clinton, Mississippi. Roshan Trigg is the trainer with Jamal Denson. Number 4, Sour Grapes, owned by Julie Collins of Bullhead City, Arizona. Phil Knox trains and will drive. Number 5, Delight Moon, owned by Glenn Malman of Mulkey Town. Benita Simmons of Springfield. Tom Simmons, the trainer-driver.
As we get ready to go here, horses are getting ready. They're getting ready to go to the start gate, and we'll be racing shortly. Again, Ed Tiefy will be your track announcer. He'll do most of the announcing. We'll have some dead air in between as we get ready.
Well, 5 2-year-old pacing fillies are turning to the gate. Mike Titus is our starter from down in Charleston, Illinois. Big Flicka, the 1. With Mike Rogers, the only one of the 5 with any previous experience. This filly raced in a qualifier over the mile track at Springfield. Was 3rd, individually timed in 2 minutes and 2/5. So she appears ready to go Rest of the field making their first career starts. The 1 and the 5 by the Art Major Son Hypnotic Blue Chip. Rockin' Diva, a world of rock and roll. Feisty Ann, a Ashley's Big Guy and Sour Grapes. A Revenge Shark. The 5 Illinois bred Pacing Fillies are in behind the gate. Fields an 8th away in the Bob Groter Memorial. Rockin' Diva back off the gate. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Big Flicka drives out on the inside. Feisty Ann's away second. Sour Grapes is on the outside there third. Delight Moon. And the trailer, as we race around that first turn, is Rockin' Diva. 2-year-old fillies head up the backstretch now. Big Flicka, the Hypnotic Blue Chip filly, leads by a length. Right there second is Feisty Ann, an Ashley's Big Guy. Sour Grapes is racing third. Then there's a gap of 4 back to Delight Moon. And the trailer Rockin' Diva. 33 2/5 of a second, 33-2, a pretty leisurely first quarter for the big gated Big Flicka. That filly looking very comfortable as she moves over past the 3/8 mile marker. Nan Turner's Big Flicka by a length. Right there second at Feisty Ann. Sour Grapes is back there third. Delight Moon and Rockin' Diva as they come past the half and race into that lower turn. Half and 106 and 3. They should quicken a bit now past the draw gate. Over to the 5/8 off a half and 6 and 3. Big Flicka on the outside. Here comes Sour Grapes. That filly was third. She's now second, only 3 parts of a length back as we race up the backstretch towards the 3/4 mile marker. On the inside, Big Flicka. On the outside, the Revenge Shark filly. Sour Grapes has made the front, and Sour Grapes was off the 3/4 and 138 and a 1. Sour Grapes by a length and a half. Big Flick is still back there second. Feisty Ann is pacing along third. Then we got Delight Moon and Rockin' Diva. It's all Sour Grapes. That filly now moves up 4. She's in the final 16th, and Phil Knox is cruising to the wire with Sour Grapes. She wins it by 5. Big Flick was home second. Feisty Ann there third. Delight Moon and Rockin' Diva. That mile, 2:06 and 2. The last half in 59 and 4. The last quarter in a remarkable 28 and 1/5 of a second. What an impressive mile that is. 2:06 and 2. Last half in 59-4. Last quarter in 28 and a fifth. Bob Groter Memorial. A whole bunch of people from the Groter family coming trackside now. Bob Groter started throughout the Midwest for over 50 years in that red starting gate. It was always parked between races up there in the first turn. Wife BB here. Daughter Brendan extended a family. Here's an impressive winner, folks. The 4, Sour Grapes, owned by Julie Collins of Bullhead City, Arizona. Trained by Phil Knox, driven by Phil Knox. To this win in 2:06-2. A Revenge Shark filly from Fox Valley Tyra by Sportsmaster. Bred by the late Carl Becker's Fair Meadow Farm down in Altamont, Illinois. Phil Knox was here last year with Fox Valley IHHA. That filly went on to be the best 2-year-old filly in Illinois. This filly even more impressive this evening than Fox Valley IHHA was a year ago. Tina Walker-Schrock, Emma's down there, along with BB Groter, her extended family. The Bob Groter Memorial going to Sour Grapes and Phil Knox. Your fair royalty is also down there. The new Miss Greene County Fair is Lena Malink. Lena is from Carrollton. She is a 19-year-old daughter of Greg and Sonia Malink and Travis and Robin Klingler. The Junior Miss County Fair for 2023, Hannah Hoagland. Hannah is from Carrollton, and she's a 12-year-old daughter of Thomas and Becky Hoagland. And the Little Miss Greene County Fair for 2023, Caitlin Flatt. Caitlin is a 5-year-old daughter of Jim and Diana Flatt of Carrollton. Greene County Royalty for 2023. Results of the first race official. Number 1, Big Flicka was second. Number 2, Rockin' Diva finished 5th. Number 3, Feisty Ann was third. Number 4, Sour Grapes the winner. Number 5, Delight Moon finished 4th. First quarter was in 33-2. The half in 106-3. 3 quarters in 138-1. The mile was in 206-2. Race 1 checks down 253. 1-4 on the bottom. Pick the winner contest winner for the first race is Charlotte Hetherington, I think. Charlotte Hetherington from Jacksonville wins the Pick the Winner contest. Charlotte, give them a big wave and they'll deliver your refreshment tickets. Charlotte from Jacksonville.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure. The best sales marketing tool. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate.
Horsemen, bring on those second race pacers. Scrappy coming up. Jody's Big Boy and Rock On Big Star. All three first-time starters in the second race, sponsored by Pointer Electric.
We'll go back over the winners of the last race. Finishing first was Sour Grapes, second Big Flecka, third Feisty Ann, fourth Delight Moon, and in fifth Rockin' Diva. If the order there goes, I go from top to bottom. 4, 1, 3, 5, 2. And so next up will be the race number 2. We'll have Scrappy coming up, Jody's Big Boy, and Rockin' on Big Star. That'll be the 3 horses in this 2-year-old Colt Pace, sponsored by Pointer Electric. And we'll let that set up there for just a little bit so that you can take a look at those, any of the stats that you want to look at. I hope that's helpful. Please give us some feedback either on YouTube or on Facebook with the broadcast tonight. And with that, I'm going to cut off, and hopefully the PA announcer will come back.
Wyatt Avenatti will drive the one-horse Scrappy coming up here in race 2. Wyatt Avenatti driving the 1. Don't forget to play that Pick the Winner contest. Coupons in the back of your race program. Fill them out. They'll pick them up before each one of our 15 races. If your name is drawn out and you pick the winner, you'll receive 5 refreshment tickets, the refreshment stand, courtesy of the Greene County Fair. Pacers are out for the second race. Pacers are out. Here's your field. Number 1 is Scrappy coming up, owned by Leroy Hunt of Jackson, Tennessee, and Milton Greer of Jackson. Leroy Hunt's the trainer. Wyatt Avenatti will drive. 2 is Jody's Big Boy, owned by Jody Bennett at Atwater, Wayne Decker of Carlinville, Roshan Trigg trains, and Jamal Denson drives. 3, Rock On Big Star, owned by Jerry Blount of Clinton, Mississippi. Jerry trains with Zachary Denson driving. 3 Illinois bred colts and geldings, all making their first lifetime start. The 1 Scrappy coming up by Some Star Somewhere, Illinois' leading pacing sire in 2022. Stands at Walker Standardbreds in Sherman, just north of Springfield. Jody's Big Boy by Duneside Perch, and the 3 Rock On Big Star by Sagebrush. Illinois bred, the 2-year-old Pacers are in behind the starter, Mike Titus. The gates on the move. Pacers at the head of the stretch. Race sponsored by Pointer Electric. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Scrappy coming up out with the lead. For Wyatt Avanetti, Jody's Big Boys away second. Rock on Big Stars in chase third now. As they race around that first turn. Scrappy coming up. The Some Stars Somewhere Colt from an Umbro McIntosh mare. Leads by a length and a quarter. First quarter was in 34 and 1/5 of a second. 34 and a 1. Jody's Big Boy right there second. Rock on Big Star. Only 4 off the leaders in third as they move past the 3/8. They're at the head of the stretch the first time. Still single file. 1, 2, 3, just like they started. Scrappy coming up by a length and a half. Jody's Big Boys right there second. Rock on Big Stars racing third. Half in 1:07, 4/5 of a second. Pace will quicken now as they move past the draw gate. Over to the 5/8 mile marker. Scrappy coming up with Wyatt Avanetti. They lead by a length and a quarter. Jody's Big Boy right there second. Tipping to the outside now for Jamal. We got a horse race. Scrappy coming up on the inside. Jody's Big Boy right there second. We got a quarter of a mile to go. 3/4 in 1:40 and 4/5 of a second. Rock on Big Star. Falls back off the pace third there a little bit. 1/8 of a mile to go. It's Scrappy coming up on the inside. Jody's Big Boy right there second. Rock on Big Star gaining a little bit back there third. Scrappy coming up. Jody's Big Boy. Scrappy coming up a little rough gated, but he's going to win it. Scrappy coming up. Holds off Jody's Big Boy by a half a length. Rock on Big Star was home third. $2.10 3/5. $2.10 3/5. Another big last quarter there of 29 and 4/5 of a second in the last quarter. 1:02 and 4/5 for the last half. The mile 2:10 3/5. Scrappy coming up wins the second race. And the trophy sponsored by Pointer Electric.
If you like the racing tonight, you can tune back into YouTube. The schedule's up in front of you. You can find it on our Facebook page under Harness Tube on Facebook. Harness Tube on Facebook. We're doing about 17 evenings of racing for you this year. And so that's the first half of it. The second half is on the board with you. As you can see that, we want to thank our donors for making this harness racing free. It's free to you on YouTube. We don't charge anything. So we would like to thank those sponsors who have helped us out there with Harness Tube. If you'd like to make a donation, you can make it at Harness Tube through our Facebook site, through some other things there. And so get with us. You can go to Harness Tube at harnesstube@gmail.com, harnesstube@gmail.com. Tell David Brink you would like to be one of the donors or sponsors for what's going on. Again, we hopefully get better as the night goes on with 15 races about what we are doing. And so coming up for you will be race number 3, getting ready to start up here. And so with that, we're getting ready for race 3, and I've got the card up on the screen for you to take a look at there. As far as the race is concerned, we're giving you the racing format on the channel. And so with that, we're trying to get the race number changed here, and we'll try to do that. See how I can. So with that, we're going into race 3. Race 3, as we see it here, will be, and Ed will give you all that information.
Move it, please. AK36001. Gray Jeep, license plate AK36001, parked by the swine barn. Please move it. Three-year-old filly trotters coming up next. This race sponsored by Clough and Grummel. Local attorneys, we look for Kat Dimmick, Luz Contessa, Lulling City, Ingo Bingo Bango, Luz Rona, and Jamocha Shake. I want to continue to acknowledge all the fine sponsors of this year's Greene County Fair. The Morrow brothers are in that group. At Morrow Brothers Ford Incorporated, they pride themselves on putting you first, conveniently located in Greenfield. Morrow Brothers.
Ed giving us track sponsors that are here. You can become a track sponsor at Harness Tube. Just go to harnesstube@gmail.com and say, David Brink, I'd like to donate or I'd like to be a paying sponsor for the event, but that's available to you as part of the evening. Lisa Surratt, Steve Surratt, this is all made part David Brink's idea here. We're glad that we could be on board. Again, if you've got some suggestions, we're open to that as we try to make it better. This is our first time we've ever done a camera with horse racing and learned a few things on the way. And so with that, I'll take you back to the track announcer.
Products and services to advance operations. Year after year, those of us at Tri-County FF have been committed to pointing the way forward because we know the opportunity lies around the next corner, not behind the last one. So give your local crop specialists at Tri-County FS a call, and let's get you headed towards your next success. FS, bringing you what's next. C&B Bank and Trust has been your hometown bank since 1854, helping to open doors for you. Stop in and say hi and see your favorite universal banker. To open a new checking or savings account this week or open a new account online, visit www.cnbil.com. www.cnbil.com. When it comes to friendly service, the tellers at C&B Bank and Trust are top of the line. They will greet you with a smile and help you with your account needs. See Tina, Laura, Michelle, Jenna, Kelly, or Sarah for all your account needs at C&B Bank and Trust. If you need an ag loan, commercial loan, or consumer loan, see Gordon Ray at C&B Bank and Trust in Carrollton. Gordon will happily assist you with your loan needs. Gordon prides himself on experience and listening to the customer's needs to help them succeed. Keelian Communications provides experienced, efficient project management to support its telecom clients coast to coast in the continental United States. They specialize in providing workable construction prints for large projects and routine projects for outside plant, including cable relocation due to road construction, FTT and HSI, business fiber, splicing prints, and more at Keelian Communications Consultants. Clough and Grummel Law Firm, Craig Grummel, one of the attorneys at Clough and Grummel, big supporter of the Greene County Fair and its harness racing program. Craig's also a Greene County Fair board member. Speaking of the Grummels, Grummel's Spreading, another one of the big sponsors here. Grummel's Spreading, Leo and Kurt Grummel. Spreading, a proud sponsor of this year's harness racing program, as they've done for many, many years. Trotters are out now for the third race. Trotters are out for race 3, sponsored by Clough and Grummel, LLC. Here's your field now for the third race, the Midwestern Illinois Racing Association 3-year-old filly trotter, sponsored by Clough and Grummel. Number 1 is Academic, owned by the Flacco Family Farms and Jill Brown. Jill Brown trains and will drive. Number 2 is Luz Contessa, owned by the Flacco Family Farms. Jill Brown trains with Chris Brown driving. Number 3, Lolina City, owned by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. Jerome trains and will drive. Number 4 is Ingo Bingo Bango, owned by Brendan Potts of Springfield. Mike Rogers trains, Brendan will drive. Number 5 is Luz Arona, owned by the Flacco Family Farms and Dr. Steve Renard of Hamilton. Dr. Renard is the trainer driver. And number 6, Jamocha Shake, owned by David Williams of Byram, Mississippi, is trained and driven by Jamaica Patton. Something very interesting here on the 2-horse, Luz Contessa. I've been to quite a few horse races over the years, and I've never seen trotting hobbles on the back legs, but that's the case with the 2, Luz Contessa. As you know, pacers normally wear hobblers, and in the last decade or so, a lot of trotters have started to wear hobbles more regularly, but they normally wear the trotting hobbles on the front 2 legs. You can see that with the 1 Academic, also from the Jill Brown barn, but the 2 Luz Contessa has the trotting hobbles reversed. The hobbles are on the back legs. We're about to see how that's going to work. So these are the 3-year-olds, and the 3-year-old trotting fillies in this race, you can see in your program, have a little experience. The 5, Luz Rona, the most. She was an 18-time starter last year. Made almost $19,000 for retired Hamilton, Illinois veterinarian Steve Renard. 5 on the gate, Jamocha's Shake, number 6, in the back tier. Trotters are in good position here as we approach the start, and they're off and trotting. Luz Rona from the outside trots out and gets the early lead. Lulling City is away second. Cat Dimmick drops over to the inside a third. Jamocha's Shake from the back tier is away well fourth. Luz Contessa with those backward hobbles is racing fifth. And racing sixth here in the early going is Ingo Bingo Bango. Race up the back strips. Lulling City takes over now. Jerome Daniels takes over, leads them past the quarter with Lulling City. First quarter was in 32 3/5 of a second. 32 3, Lulling City leads by 3. Luz Rona is trotting back there second. Cat Dimmick is racing third. Jamocha's Shake is fourth on the inside. Luz Contessa is fifth. Ingo Bingo Bango is sixth. Single file as they race towards the half. They're going to have to catch Lulling City. And this DeJambro filly, a winner of over 13,000 last year, was at the half in 103 1/5 of a second. She looks strong here for Jerome Daniels. It's Lulling City with about a 4-length lead. Luz Rona is back there second but not advancing. Jamocha's Shake is on the outside third. Cat Dimmick is on the inside fourth. Luz Contessa's back there fifth, and Ingo Bingo Bango is the trailer. 3 quarters in 134 4. And now Lulling City has opened up 10. Lulling City not missing a beat. And this 3-year-old filly who was a winner last year at Pana in 209 3 is going to go a big mile here tonight in the Clough and Grummel Trot, winning it by 15 lengths for Jerome Daniels. Cat Dimmick was up for second. Luz Rona was home third. Jamocha's Shake was there fourth. The mile, 2:05 1/5. 2:05 1/5. .205 flat. Correct me, please. 2:05 flat for the mile. In race 4, the upcoming race 4, the race sponsor should be Keelian Communications, and it's also the Louis Harr Memorial. The Louis Harr Memorial will be race 4. And in that race 4, number 3, Judge Me Not, is a scratch. In race 4, scratch the 3, Judge Me Not. So your new fair queen, Helena Molink, is coming trackside with junior Miss Hannah Hoagland, little Miss Caitlin Flatt to make the trophy presentation. The Clough and Grummel trophy presentation to the connections of Lulling City, owned, trained, and driven by Springfield's Jerome Daniels. 3-year-old filly by DeJambro from It's Just a Fling by Balanced Image. Also bred by the late Carl Becker's Fair Meadow Farm down in Altamont, Illinois. Fair Meadow Farm, the breeder of 2 of our first 3 winners here this evening. And Jerome Daniels' filly here, Lulling City, very impressive in a new lifetime record, best of 205 flat. Pick the winner contest winner for race number 3, Bob Smith. Bob Smith of Jacksonville, you just won 5 tickets to the refreshment stand.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Up we have Midwest Illinois Racing Association schedule that will be broadcasting. This is just a part of the total schedule. May 31st is Carrollton tonight. Carlinville will be next Tuesday. The 29th in Rushville, the 19th of July in Petersburg, and then the 5th and 6th will be in Brown County. That's the Midwest Illinois Racing Association schedule that we have. We want to thank the following volunteers who have been streaming and promoting the Illinois harness racing on our social media since 2020. Thank you to everyone that does that. Up next, you will find race 4. You're going to see a scratch on the next screen that we give you on that. Number 3, Judge Me Not, has scratched in this. We'll take it back and go to the track announcer for the rest of the time.
Trotters are out now for race number 4. First division of the 3-year-old Colt Trot. Race sponsored by Keeley Communications. It's also the Harr Memorial. Scratch the 3, judge me not.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Want to thank our donors out there for graciously helping us out. If you'd like to be a donor or you would like to be a sponsor and have an ad run in this, we'd love to have you on for the 16, 17 races that we've got going on for you. The more sponsors we get, the more availability we have maybe to do some more races. We're treading early ground here. And so with that, we've got race 4 coming up for you, and we'll give you that shot.
Here's your field now. Number 1 is Lou's Interceptor, owned by Stacey DeRoos of Charleston. Jill Bound trains, Chris Brown drives. 2, Loy's Trot and Bro, owned by Jackson Loy of Beecher City. Mike Rogers trains and will drive. 3's been scratched. Number 4, Zion's Really Chilly, owned by Alan Petrie of here of Carrollton. Alan trains with Vince Espinoza. And number 5, You Ain't No Fool, owned by the Quentin Shavers of Brandon, Mississippi. Roshan Trigg trains with Jamal Denson driving. Three-year-olds, they all have some experience. The 5, You Ain't No Fool, was a winner of over $22,000 last year. Had a win at Springfield over the mile track there in 2 minutes and a fifth. The 4, Zion's Really Chilly, $12,500 last year with a win at DeCoin in 2 minutes and a fifth. Lou's Interceptor had 4 seconds last year. Still looking for his first victory. And the 2, Loy's Trot and Bro, made only 1 start last year. Zion's Really Chilly, driven by Vince Espinoza. 78-year-old Vince Espinoza. Been driving here at the Greene County Fair and fairs throughout the Midwest for well over a half a century. Three-year-old trotters at the head of the stretch. Loy's Trot and Bro was off stride. Looked like he might have interfered with the 1, but there's no recall, and we're off and trotting.
Recall.
No, I guess there is a recall.
Should have been.
Didn't see the lights, but looked like there was interference about the between head of the stretch there, between the 1 and the 2. And starter Mike Titus in the starting gate.
Actually,
Mitch Titus, they tell me Mitch is starting today. So Mike Titus' son Mitch is the starter, and he saw that interference. And we're going to start this one over.
Horses are regrouping. We're getting ready for a restart here on this race. Again, 5 horses in this race. And we'll turn it back
Only
over
a
to
few reasons you can have a recall in modern day harness racing. Just going off stride. If you go off stride behind the starting gate and you do not interfere with another horse, they won't have a recall. Going off stride is not reason enough for a recall. But if you go off stride, as we had in this situation, and you interfere with another horse before the starter says go, then they can call a recall. You have a recall for broken equipment. If the starter sees broken equipment on one of the horses or one of the drivers, hollers at the starter and says, I got broken equipment, and the starter who is facing the horses can observe the broken equipment, then that's another reason for a recall. Horse out of position, if the 2 horses behind the 4 spot or the 3 horses behind the 2 spot, can also cause a recall. Here we come, race 4. They're off and trotting, a good start this time, and Zion's really chilly. And 78-year-old Vince Espinoza go right to the front. Loose Interceptor is racing there second. Racing third is You Ain't No Fool. Pace really slowed there, kind of jammed up the trailers. And You Ain't No Foolin' has now went off stride. You Ain't No Foolin' was off stride there for a while, but is back trotting now and trotting a third. Trailing up the backstretch is Loy's Trottin' Bro. First quarter, 34 and 4/5 of a second, and Zion's Really Chilly, who was a 3-time winner last year. Zion's Really Chilly was first, second, or third in 9 of his 13 races last year. So he's got a lot of good experience, and he looks good here at the head of the stretch for Vince. It's Zion's Really Chilly on the inside. You Ain't No Foolin' is right there second on the outside now. Half in 107 and 2/5 of a second. Loose Interceptor is racing a third. And the trailer is Loy's Trottin' Bro. Off the half past the draw gate over to the 5/8. It's still Vince Espinoza with the Dewey Cheatham and now Son Nyan's Really Chilly by a neck on the inside. You Ain't No Fool is right there on the outside. 3 quarters in 139 and 3. Those two are going to battle it out here. It's either one's horse race with just over an 1/8 of a mile to go. Zion's Really a Chilly on the inside. You Ain't No Fool is on the outside going the long mile and hanging tough. Zion's Really Chilly. You Ain't No Fool. It's Vince Espinoza. Zion's Really Chilly. Home the winner, You Ain't No Fool, was their second, followed by Loose Interceptor and Loy's Trottin' Bro. Mile was 2:08 and 2/5 of a second. 2:08 and 2. Last half is in 1:01 flat. Last quarter was in 28 and 4/5 of a second. That's some serious trotting over a county fair half-mile track. Last quarter, 28 and 4. Last half in 1:01 flat. That mile was in 2:08 and 2. Lena Molink, Hannah Hoagland, and Caitlin Flatt coming trackside to make the trophy presentations on behalf of Killian Communications and the Lewis Harr family. Pick the winter contest winner for this race was Ashley McPherson. Ashley McPherson, you win 5 tickets, courtesy of the Greene County Fair, to the refreshment stand.
Up on your screen, you will see the races that we will be covering in the summer months here as we travel with Harness Tube around to several county fairs. We would love to do a whole schedule, but we need sponsors and donors for that. So if you'd like to do that, we gladly ask for your help. Harness Tube on Facebook, Harness Tube, check it out. And harnesstube@gmail.com. So if you can remember that, or if you know David Brink, give him a call. We'd love to run your commercials or have a donation to keep us going. The next half of the summer schedule is listed now on the screen, but we want to thank our donors who continually make this broadcast free to you. We don't charge for you to watch, and we'd love to keep it that way. And as we get ready for race 5. And so with that, I'll turn you over to the race announcer.
Be careful for the horses warming up. Just be alert. The drivers will try to watch out for you, but we do have some horses warming up. We got the track equipment out there, so there's quite a bit of traffic. Just kind of be alert and don't step out in front of a horse that is warming up if you can help it. Vince Espinoza, Ellen Petrie's Zion's Really Chilly. Results of the 4th race now official. Number 1, Lou's Interceptor was 3rd. Number 2, Loy's Trottenbro was 4th. 3, Judge Me Not, a scratch. Number 4, Zion's Really Chilly, the winner. Number 5, You Ain't No Fool, finished 2nd. Quarter in 34 and 4. The half in 107 and 2. 3/4 in 139 and 3. The mile was in 2:08 and 2/5. 4th race checks from the top, 3-4 scratch, 1, 2 on the bottom. Coming up next, the 2nd division of the 3-year-old Colt Trot. Race will be sponsored by Country Financial. Your local representatives, Julie Schultz and Tracy Smith. We look for Jammin' High, Party of 2, Ain't No Mojo, and Shady Maple Isaac. In this upcoming race, the 3-horse Ain't No Mojo will kind of jump out at you. He was a winner last year of over $52,000. He's made over $54,000 in his career. He's raced twice this year at Springfield, including a lifetime best, a very impressive win just a week ago in 157-4. So when you want to put a favorite down on your pick the winner coupon, and the favorites don't always win, as you all know, but in the upcoming 5th race, the 3, Ain't No Mojo would have to be a heavy favorite. Trotters are out now for race number 5. Horses are out for the 5th race. Race sponsored by Country Financial. Your local representatives, Julie Schultz and Tracy Smith. Here's the field for the 5th race. The 1 is Jammin' High, owned by Ron Canup of Anna. Rashun Trigg trains with J.D. Lewis. 2 Party of 2, owned by Don and Sherry Huddleston at Kincaid. Jamaica Patton, the trainer driver. 3, Ain't No Mojo, owned by Keith and Kevin Miller of Arthur, Glen Otto of Arthur, and Bert Hochsprung of Elburn. Kevin Miller, the trainer with Wyatt Avanetti. And the 4, Shady Maple Isaac, owned by Melissa Fisher of Albion. Frank Fisher is the trainer driver. No, Phil Knox was just up here. Phil Knox won the first race this evening with Sour Grapes. His owner, Julie Collins from Arizona, also here tonight in Carrollton at the Greene County Fair. They just told me they're going to donate their red blanket, the Bob Groter Memorial red blanket, to the Groter family. So nice gesture there by trainer driver Phil Knox and Julie Collins as they're going over to the refreshment tent there on the first turn to donate the red Bob Groter Memorial blanket to the Groter family. Thank you, Phil and Julie. So, fifth race trotters are moving in behind starter Mitch Titus now. I've probably jinxed the 3 Ain't No Mojo, but those 2 wins this year in 59-2 and 57-4 are very impressive for this 3-year-old son of Lou's legacy. Trotters at the head of the stretch in the Country Financial sponsored trot here. Are a 16th away. The gate is picking up speed, and here they come. And they're off and trotting. Party of 2 with Jamaica Patton trots out for the early lead. Now goes off stride. Party of 2 has made a break. At least jamming high. J.D. Lewis on the front. Trotting second is Ain't No Mojo with Wyatt Avenatti about 5 lengths back. Then we got Frank Fisher with Shady Maple Isaac racing third. Back trotting and trailing is Party of 2 as we go single file past the quarter-mile marker into the upper turn. First quarter was 31 4/5 of a second. J.D. Lewis and Jammin' High, the DeJambo gelding. Winner himself of almost $17,000 last year. Leads by 5 at the head of the stretch. Ain't No Mojo is closing that gap a little bit for Wyatt Avenatti. Then you've got Shady Maple Isaac and Party of 2.
102.1.
Half and 102.1. That's some serious trotting here at the Greene County Fair. 102 1/5 of a second. It's Jammin' High by a length and a half. As that son of DeJambro tries to make it 2 DeJambro winners this evening. But here comes Ain't No Mojo. Ain't No Mojo drives up on the outside, leads by a half and now by a length as they move into the final turn. Ain't No Mojo with the lead. 3/4 and 137-2 is Jammin' High. Tires a bit. I think that was 134. We're going to correct that. 134 there off the 3/4. Some pretty good trotting here. Ain't No Mojo is on cruise control, though, for Wyatt Avenatti. Ain't No Mojo makes it 3 in a row. Jammin' High will be second. Shady Maple Isaac, followed by Party of 2. 2:05 flat for the mile. 2:05 flat. .205 for the trotting mile. 2:05 flat. Fractions of 31 4. 102 1. 134. 2:05 flat. So here's your winner, folks. Ain't No Mojo, owned by Keith and Kevin Miller, Glenn Otto, and Bert Hochsprung of Arthur and Elburn, trained by Kevin Miller, well driven by Wyatt Avanetti, who picks up his second win of the evening. Wyatt, one of our top up-and-coming young drivers from a harness racing family, does an excellent job. Drives at the major raceways throughout the Midwest now. Was a top county fair driver a year ago at the Illinois County Fairs. Wyatt Avanetti with Kevin Miller's Ain't No Mojo in race 5.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
took a record 1 and 4 at Springfield, becoming the fastest Illinois-bred 3-year-old trotting filly of all time. Fastest 3-year-old bred trotting filly of all time. She made over $131,000, and she was voted the Illinois Harness Horse of the Year last year. So after this race, we're going to talk to Kurt Grummel about the success he had with last year's Illinois Harness Horse of the Year, who was trained right here. Trotters are out here for race number 6. You're all out. Race 6, Wyatt Avenatti on the 4. Here's the field, the 1 up, Puxatina, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, trained by Roshan Trigg, driven by J.D. Lewis. 2 is G.J. Linda Grit, owned by Larry Longnecker of Sumner, Darla Lohman of Effingham. Darla trains and will drive. 3, Hocus Pocus and Focus, owned by Ron Phillips of Athens and Jamaica Patton of Rochester. Jamaica Patton, the trainer driver. Number 4, True Fortune, owned by Milton Greer of Jackson, Tennessee. Leroy Hunt, the trainer, with Wyatt Avenatti driving. And number 5, Luz Esmeraldo, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis. Jill Brown trains with Chris Brown driving. 5 2-year-old Illinois-bred trotting fillies, all making their first lifetime starts here this evening. 2 by Lindy's True Grit. Then we got a Lose Legacy. Lose Legacy, the Illinois Trotting Sire of the Year last year. The 3 is by DeJambro. DeJambro had a winner earlier on tonight's card. 2-year-old fillies. This one should be a wide open affair. None have ever faced the starting gate for a purse until tonight. Two-year-old trotting fillies. Puxatina, G.J. Linda Grit, Hocus Pocus and Focus, True Fortune. On the outside, Luz Esmeralda. Fillies at the head of the stretch. Here they come. They're off and trotting. Hocus Pocus and Focus. The DeJambro filly trots right out and gets the lead here for Jamaica Patton. They race wide around that first turn. It's Puxatina racing second. Our lady driver, Darla Martin Lohman, with G.J. Linda Grit with the leaders there third. True Fortune is back there fourth. And Luz Esmeralda is the trainer. 2-year-old trotting fillies in the race sponsored by the Levy are by the quarter in 35 4/5 of a second. 35 4. Hocus Pocus in Focus by a length. Puxatina is still right there second, but now a little closer second as JD is on the move on the outside. Hocus Pocus in Focus on the inside. Puxatina is on the outside, now only a neck back as they trot past the half-mile mark.
109.4.
Half and 109.4. They're at the draw gate, still there on the inside. Hocus Pocus in Focus on the outside as they race wide again around that turn. Puxatina, GJ and Linda Gritton, Darla Martin Lohman back there third as they race up that backstretch towards that 3/4 mile marker. It's still Hocus Pocus in Focus with Jamaica Patton. 141-4, 141-4 off the 3/4. Hocus Pocus in Focus has battled back, overcome the challenge of Puxatina, and Hocus Pocus in Focus looks impressive here on the stretch, now leading by 4. GJ Linda Grit comes on to be second, but it's all Hocus Pocus in Focus with Jamaica Patton. Again, Miss Greene County Fair, Lena Malink is the 19-year-old daughter of Greg and Sandhya Malink and Travis and Robin Klingler. Your junior Miss Hannah Hoagland, 12-year-old daughter of Thomas and Becky Hoagland. And little Miss Caitlin Flatt is the 5-year-old daughter of Jim and Diana Flatt, all of Carrollton. Pick the winner contest winner in that last race, John Langer. John Langer of Carrollton wins the pick the winner contest for race number 6. And here is the winner, the 3, Hocus Pocus in Focus, owned by Ron Phillips of Athens and Jamaica Patton of Rochester, trained by Jamaica, driven by Jamaica Patton to a pretty impressive win here. First lifetime start, this filly wins in 2:12 flat, with a last half in 1:02 3/5 of a second. Last half in 1:02 3, last quarter in 30 1/5. 2-year-old daughter of DeJambro, second winner by DeJambro on tonight's card from Refocus by Valley Victor, bred by Rock Island, Illinois, John Carver. Sixth race now official. Number 1, Puxatina was third. Number 2, GJ Linda Grit finished second. Number 3, Hocus Pocus in Focus, the winner, and the winner of that trophy sponsored by the Levy. Number 4, True Fortune was fourth. Number 5, Luz Esmeralda had broken equipment and did not finish. First quarter was in 35-4, the half in 109-4, 3 quarters in 141-4, the mile was in 212. Race 6 checks down 3-2-1 for DNF on the bottom.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
I want to thank all of our donors that have got it. Everybody got the broadcast going tonight. I want to thank to Lisa Hoffman and the Midwestern Illinois Racing Association as one of the sponsors. We also need to thank the following volunteers that help promoting Illinois County harness racing on social media since 2020. Thank you to all of those sponsors. And then let's see, with that, we'll go into the next race, which will be race number 7. Race number 7 coming up. And with that, we'll see Deviant Durango, Topical Durango, Dashing Durango, Los Mandalorian, and Deanbo. And so we'll go back to the track announcer.
She won at Springfield in 151-4. Not only did that make her the fastest 3-year-old trotting filly ever, I think it was the 3rd fastest mile ever by an Illinois trotter at that time.
Yeah, I believe so. Actually, I think it was the 2nd, but they moved her back to 3rd this week.
All right, okay. Yeah, we did have a horse just last weekend at Pocono Downs in Pennsylvania on higher ground. Casison on higher ground wins the Open last weekend in 151-2. So that moved her back 1 slot, but it's still pretty impressive as she's the fastest trotting filly ever here in the Illinois program.
Yeah, she's been a very special horse.
So what's your plans for this year, Kurt?
We're going to stay pretty much in Illinois, maybe Hoosier Park some. She's about a month away from racing. She's coming back good. She's bigger, stronger, seems healthy. We're just shooting for later in the year.
You know, it's kind of interesting. She's out of a Mr. Cantab mother. And, of course, Mr. Cantab was the sire of a homicide hunter, so they're a little bit in common there. And also Pat Graham, Dr. Pat Graham, who was well known here as a local veterinarian for many years, lucky enough to be the breeder and owner in both of them.
Yeah, we had her mother, and she was an okay horse, not that good. Didn't want to try very hard, was what I should say. So I never really got that high on Funky when I was training her down, but I guess the Lou's legacy passed on the good effort in her.
Well, she's sure a talented filly. Now, you have a 2-year-old this year out of that same mare?
Yes, a full sister to her.
Well, how's she doing?
She's okay.
Okay, all right, okay. So what's her name? We'll have to watch for her.
Calypso Moon.
Calypso Moon, okay. Well, Kurt Grummel and his family have been training here and big supporters of the Greene County Fair and the Carrollton community for many, many years. And Kurt, well known throughout the Midwest as being the trainer and developer of Homicide Hunter, the fastest trotter in the history of the sport. And then last year, he had the good Illinois-bred Horse of the Year, a Funky Wiggle. So congratulations and best of luck to you, Kurt. Appreciate your support. Let's give him a big hand, folks. Kurt Grummel, small stable, trains it right here at the Greene County Fair, and he comes up with a lot of champions. All right, race 7, sponsored by Leo and Kurt Grummel Spreading Service. We're looking for the 2-year-old Colt and gelding trotters. Devant Durango, Tropical Durango, Dashing Durango, Luz Mandalorian, and Deanbo. So in this race, there's 3 you can see in your program by Danish Durango. This is the first crop of Danish Durango, who's an Andover Hall son, who stands at the Flacco family farms out of Alexis. So he stands at the same farm where Lou's Legacy, the Illinois Trotting Sire of the Year, and he's been the Illinois Trotting Sire of the Year for quite a few years now, but he's got some competition right there at his home farm with this Andover Hall son, Danish Durango. It's pretty impressive here to see 3 from that first crop of Danish Durango racing today, and the first of the Illinois County Fairs this summer to race harness horses. It's kind of noteworthy that the 3 Dashing Durango, bred by Dr. Pat Graham, who we were just talking about, the breeder and owner of Funky Wiggle, now resides in Iowa. But Dr. Graham, the breeder of the 3 Dashing Durango, who happens to be the only one of these 5 2-year-olds who has a start. Dr. Steve Renard raced Dashing Durango, the 3-horse, the other day at the Watcher, Iowa Fair. Come to see that just a few days ago, 3 days ago, on May 28th at Watcher, Iowa. Finished second there after leading the whole mile. Finished second, trotted in 2:18 and 1/5. So the trotters are out now for the 7th race. The wannabe Devant Durango on the Flacco family farms, and Jill Brown. Jill trains and will drive 2 Tropical Durango on the Flacco family farms. Jill Brown is the trainer. Her husband Chris will drive the 2. 3 Dashing Durango, owned, trained, and driven by retired Hamilton, Illinois veterinarian Steve Renard. 4 Luz Mandalorian on the Flacco family farms is trained by Roshan Trigg, driven by J.D. Lewis. And the 5 Deanbo, owned by Dennis Gardner, trained by Dennis, and Dennis Gardner will drive the 5 Deanbo here in race number 7. Judge Callahan tells me we're still rating on the 2, so still rating on Tropical Durango. Should note that Deanbo, the 5 in this race, owned, trained, and driven by West Salem, Illinois' Dennis Gardner last year, and the 2 is now out. Last year, Dennis Gardner brought a horse here by Cassis by the name of Goomster, made his first lifetime start here at the Greene County Fair a year ago right now, and Goomster also went on to be the top Illinois-bred 2-year-old trotter last year, made well over $100,000. Illinois State Fair winner. So back this year, Dennis Gardner, he lives quite a bit south of here in West Salem, Illinois. Dennis Farms down there. Had a Uncle George Knockmoose, who was a longtime breeder owner in the Illinois program. Dennis farms a lot of acres in southern Illinois. trains these homebreds himself, or sometimes they're homebreds. Sometimes he picks them up at various sales, but he's done an excellent job. He had the top 2-year-old trotter in the country. Trotters are all out now. Okay, so here's your field again. Deviant Durango, Jill Brown, Tropical Durango, Chris Brown, Dashing Durango, Steve Renard, Luz Mandalorian, J.D. Lewis, and Debro. Dinbo, they tell me. Not Deanbo, but it's Dinbo. Like Dennis, maybe. If he's as good as Goomster, he won't care what we call him, will he?
Back with you. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast tonight. If you do, make sure you get a hold of David Brink at hornistube@gmail.com. hornistube@gmail.com. If you'd like to help us put this on the air, keep it free for horse racing, and allow us to do as many races as we possibly can. We put out a tentative schedule of about 17 dates. Number 1 this week. Next week, we have got Decatur on Wednesday and Saturday, and Carlinville on Tuesday. So we'll be back to you with the broadcast, and back to the track announcer.
So a big debut of the Flacco family's Danish Durango here tonight. 1, 2, and 3, all from the first crop of that new stallion. They're behind starter Mitch Titus, and the gate's on the move for race 7. Race sponsored by Leo and Kurt Grummel Spreading Service of Carrollton. Boy, all 5 of these 2-year-old trotters right up against the gate at the head of the stretch. Here they come. And all 5 get away trotting. Tropical Durango trots out for the lead. Luz Mandalorian is racing second. Dinbo and Dennis Gardner is racing a third. And Dr. Bernard and Dashing Durango is back there fourth. And Devant Durango is off stride and trailing now. As we race up the backstretch, Dinmo in chase. A move past that quarter-mile marker in 34 and 2/5 of a second. Dinmo roars up on the outside for Dennis Gardner. He takes the lead now by a length. Dennis did the same thing last year with Goomster, and Goomster went on to make over $100,000 and become the top 2-year-old trotter in the state of Illinois. Tropical Durango's back there second. Luz Mandalorian third. Half in 106 and a 3. Dashing Durango is racing a fourth, and Devant Durango's the trailer. Dinmo with the lead. But there's a challenge now. Up on the outside, Luz Mandalorian. Luz Mandalorian and J.D. Lewis now only a head back, and we're trotting a little. These 2-year-olds have just kicked it into a higher gear with less than a quarter of a mile to go. 3/4 and 139 and 2. Dinbo on the inside. Luz Mandalorian on the outside right there second. They've got an 1/8 of a mile to go, and they're head-to-head, nose-to-nose. Quite a battle here. Two good-looking Illinois-bred 2-year-old trotters in their first lifetime starts. Dinbo on the inside. Luz Mandalorian on the outside. Dinbo. Luz Mandalorian. Dinbo wins it. Luz Mandalorian home second. Dashing Durango, followed by Tropical Durango and Devant. 2:10, 1/5 of a second. That's a real nice mile for the end of May. 2:10, 1/5. .210, 1/5 of a second. Last quarter in 30 4/5. Last half in 103 3/5 of a second. So third winner on tonight's card, bred by the late Carl Becker's Fair Meadow Farm down in Altamont, Illinois. Dinbo, a 2-year-old gelded son of Cassis from Kerfuffle Cookie by Chip Chip Hooray. Carl Becker bought that mare, Kerfuffle Cookie, in New Jersey with the sole purpose of breeding her to his Cantab Hall's son, Cassis. And he'd be quite proud of the effort tonight of Dinbo, 2:10 1/5. That might be about as fast as an Illinois-bred 2-year-old trotter has ever gone on a county fair half-mile track before the end of May. Dennis Gardner was here last year with Goomster, who went on to be the best in the state of Illinois. Trains himself down in West Salem, Illinois, down near Fairfield, Illinois. He showed that he's got some talent with these 2-year-old trotters. Goomster, another one by Cassis, and Kurt Grummel going out there to congratulate Dennis Gardner with the Dennis Gardner owned, trained, and driven Dinbo, 2:10 1/5 of a second. Race sponsored by Leo and Kurt Grummel, spreading of Carrollton.
Coming back with you with the race schedule for the rest of the summer. If you'll look at your screen now, of course, we're already doing Carrollton tonight. We'll be in Carlinville next Tuesday, and post time is 5:30. Then next Wednesday, we'll be in Decatur. That post time will be 4 p.m. And then Saturday, we'll be back to Decatur at 11 a.m. post time. And so those are the ones coming up next week, those 3 for next week. But you can see we've got a full schedule out here. Again, if you'd like to help us out with sponsoring or donating so that we can keep this for free, that would be awesome. But your donations can be, you can go to David Brink's email. It'll be harnesstube@gmail.com. Check out the Facebook page at Harness Tube on Facebook. And then if you can't find a link to do the YouTube, just simply go to the County Fair site, County Fair horse racing site, and they've got a shortcut there. We've got it on our own personal station, which is BC Hornet Sports. We have that on Facebook. So we want to let everyone know for watching. Enjoy the feedback. Again, our first time doing this. We've trying to work out the kinks as we go, but we're glad that you could be on board. With that, we're getting ready for, getting over halfway on this one. Number 8 of 15 races for you tonight. Ashley's Amanda, Senorita Mouse, Southgate Sally, Sage on Stage, Major Rosita, and Frontier Molly. That is your 6 horses for this next race, and we'll be getting that information to you as we go here for race number 8. And so check to make sure we don't have any, I don't think we have any changes. We're good to go. And so with that, we'll go back to the track announcer when he comes back on.
Eighth race pacers are out. This is the first division of the 3-year-old filly pace, the Jim Patterson Memorial. One is Ashley's Amanda, owned by Wyatt Avenatti and Earl Avenatti of Chrisman in Illinois and Clinton, Indiana. David Avenatti, the trainer with Wyatt driving. 2 Senorita Mouse, owned by Nita Simmons of Springfield. Tom Simmons trains with Mike Rogers. 3 Southgate Sally, owned by Blake and Jeff Driscoll of Carrollton, Mark and Karen Walker of Carrollton. Mark Walker trains, Jamaica Patton will drive. 3 Sage on Stage, owned by Tim Williams, Crystal Springs, Mississippi, Roshan Trigg, the trainer, with Jamal Denson. 5 is Major Rosita, owned by Carlos Santos of Springfield. Dosey Minor trains, Jordan Patton drives. Number 6, Frontier Molly, owned by Jesse Judy of Potomac. Walk on the Water Acres of Beecher. Richard Finn is the trainer driver. This should be a good one. 3-year-old pacing of fillies and a lot of experience in the race. You can see that one Ashley's Amanda, a recent winner for Wyatt Avenatti, actually in her last start just last week at Oak Grove in southern Kentucky. She wins in a career best 155-3. So she comes here off a win just last week in 55-3. Senorita Mouse was a winner last year of over 24,000. Won at Springfield at 2 and 56-2. Southgate Sally, trained right here by Mark Walker. Very impressive last week with a win at Springfield and 155-1. Southgate Sally, the local horse, wins last week 55-1 at Springfield. Sage on Stage, 58 last year at 2. Major Rosita, a 57-3 winner last year at 2. Frontier Molly, a winner last year at the Altamont Fair. This should be a good one. This is a field of 3-year-old pacing fillies that if the mile set up right, we could see a mile at that 2-minute mark.
Want to let you know, if you're watching at home, one of the fun things you can do if you're having a watch party is pick a horse. Everybody pick the finishing order of all the horses in the race. And again, I won't suggest what prizes might be, but it's something you can do at home is pick those
this
amongst you.
This should be a good one. 2 fillies in this race. Ashley's Amanda won her last start in 55-3. And Southgate Sally won her last start in 155-1. The 1 did that at Oak Grove in Kentucky. Southgate Sally, the 3 did it at Springfield. But both of those fillies look very sharp here early in their 3-year-old seasons. Jim Patterson Memorial, 3-year-old filly pacers are at the head of the stretch. 5 on the gate, Frontier Molly in the back tier. Here they come. Southgate Sally fires off the gate. Major Rosita leads from the outside. Down on the inside, Ashley's Amanda. Southgate Sally with the lead. Major Rosita rolls up on the outside now to be the new leader. So it's Major Rosita and Jordan Patton leading them up the back straight. Southgate Sally's not going to wait. Jamaica tips her right back out. And there she goes. Southgate Sally back to the front past the quarter-mile marker. Southgate Sally was there in 30 4/5 of a second. Major Rosita is pacing second. Ashley's Amanda is back there third. Racing a fourth here in the early going. Senorita Mouse, followed by Frontier Molly. They're at the head of the stretch. Southgate Sally leads by a length and a quarter. Major Rosita is second. Here comes Ashley's Amanda. Ashley's Amanda rolls up on the outside. The half in 102-3. Southgate Sally on the inside. Ashley's Amanda on the outside. Major Rosita continues to get an awful good trip. She's right there third for Jordan Patton. Senorita Mouth is back there fourth. Frontier Molly is racing fifth. Sage on Stage is still the trailer. We race towards that final turn, that final quarter of a mile. It's Southgate Sally on the inside. 3/4 and 133 and 2. Major Rosita sneaks up the inside to take over second. Ashley's Amanda is not gaining on the outside third. They got an 1/8 of a mile to go, and Southgate Sally is going to have to be caught. It's Jamaica Patton, Southgate Sally by a length and a half. Major Rosita trying to come on, but it's all Southgate Sally. Major Rosita home second. Amanda's Ashley. Senorita Mouse, Frontier Molly, and Sage on Stage. At mile 2:02 flat. Last half in 59 and 2. Last quarter was in 28 and 3/5 of a second. Those results are unofficial. There is an inquiry. And it does involve the unofficial winner. So we'll have to hang on here for just a minute before we make this Jim Patterson Memorial Trophy presentation. There is an inquiry, and the Judge Randy Callahan will be reviewing the race here and making a decision. But it does involve the winner for possible interference. Jim Patterson was a fixture here at the Greene County Fair. Loved the harness horses, was a longtime partner of Bob Walker. Jim enjoyed sitting at the draw gate watching horses jog and train. Did that month after month for many, many years. His memorial was to the Greene County Fair, and the Jim Patterson Memorial was used to purchase 2 brand new benches with his name engraved on them to help us all remember Jim Patterson, the late Jim Patterson, and his love for the Greene County Fair. Say Lena Molink and Hannah Hoagland and Caitlin Flatt, your fair royalty coming out there. We got an inquiry, Jamaica, so this is unofficial. We can go ahead and take a picture, Jamaica. We got everybody out there, but I want to make it clear there is an inquiry as to possible interference near the half that does possibly involve the 3 Southgate Sallies. So the Jim Patterson family out there with the connections of Southgate Sally, who's owned by Blake and Jeff Driscoll and Mark and Karen Walker, all of Carrollton, trained right here at the Greene County Fair grounds by Mark Walker. Southgate Sally, folks, unofficially 2:02 flat in the Jim Patterson Memorial. All right, it's official now. All's good. All's good. Pick the winner contest for race 8, correctly picking. The official winner now, Southgate Sally Bob Ballinger. Bob Ballinger wins 5 tickets to the refreshment stand, courtesy of the Greene County Fair. Results of race 8 now official. Number 1, Ashley's Amanda finished 3rd. Number 2, Senorita Mouse was 4th. Number 3, Southgate Sally, the winner. Number 4, Sage on Stage finished 6th. Number 5, Major Rosita was 2nd. And number 6, Frontier Molly finished 5th. First quarter was in 30 4/5 of a second. The half in 102 3/5. 3 quarters in 133 2/5. The mile was in 2:02 flat. Race 8 checks from the top. 3, 4, 1, 6, 2, 5 on the bottom. 2:02 flat. All right, excuse me. They tell me now that it was 2:02 2/5. So my mistake. 2:02 2/5 for the mile. All right, race number 9, second division for 3-year-old filly pacers, sponsored by Hog Incorporated. Hog Incorporated trophy will go to the winner of race 9. Look.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Want to thank our generous donors who have helped out. They're on the screen there for you. Again, you can be a donor or a sponsor by just sending an email to harnesstube@gmail.com, or if you happen to have David Brink's number, give him a call. But you can find the information. You can find us on on Facebook at HarnessTube on Facebook. So with that, we're back to the track announcer, and we're ready for race number 9.
The Greene County Fair. Pointer Electric. Call Pointer Electric for all your electrical needs, whether it be residential, commercial, industrial, or agricultural. Pointer Electric have you covered with your local technicians throughout the area. Give them a call at Pointer Electric. CHS, our first priority is to help our farmer owners and customers grow. This means providing quality products, the latest in innovation, and first-class customer service. As agriculture and our communities evolve, we are committed to staying at the forefront of the industry. Locally, we employ a knowledgeable and professional staff to assist you with your agricultural, home, and business needs. CHS, located in Carrollton, Whitehall, and Shipman, and Louder, is the proud sponsor of this year's Greene County Rodeo on Thursday night. Big rodeo on Thursday night, tomorrow night, right here at the Greene County Fair. The rodeo sponsored by CHS. From harvesting and selling your crop to custom fertility and crop protection solutions to quality nutrition for your livestock, CHS is here to support your growth and help you build the business you want.
Coming back with you as you get ready for race number 9 tonight. Race number 9 is going to be an interesting race. Whiskey Tango, Slim's Final Filly, MS Miley, Phillies Revenge, Fox Valley Reagan, and Incredible Lorraine. And so we'll go back to our track announcer, Ed Teefy.
Again, we have some experienced fillies in this race, led by the 4 Phillies Revenge. She was an 8-time winner last year as a 2-year-old. She won at 8 of 19 and over $36,000 2-year-old dollars. She'll start from the 4 position. Here's the horses. One is Whiskey Tango, won by Jim and Terry Greer of Peoria. Nick Prather trains, Nick Prather driving. Number 2, Slim's Final Filly, owned by Jesse Judy of Potomac, Walk on Water Acres of Beecher, Richard Finn, the trainer driver. 3, Ms. Miley by Hart Walker, Charles and Bob Walker of Carrollton, Robin Klingler of Carrollton. Bob Walker trains with Jamaica Patton. Number 4, Phillies Revenge, owned by Dan Turner of Argenta, John Fletcher, the trainer, with Mike Rogers. 5 is Fox Valley Reagan, owned by Eric and Rosalind James of Mississippi. Roshan Trigg trains with Jamal Denson. And number 6, Incredible Lorraine, owned by 3's a Crowd Stable of Cantrell, Rick Schrock, the trainer driver. Once again, we'll have 5 fillies on the gate. The 6 horse will be in the back tier, so the trailer will be the 6, Incredible Lorraine.
We hope you're enjoying the broadcast tonight on Harness Tube. You can find the races we're going to do on our Facebook page, Harness Tube on Facebook. And we'll go back to an answer, Ed Teefy, for track announcements.
Whiskey Tango, Slim's Final Filly. Ms. Miley, Phillies Revenge, Fox Valley Reagan. Those 5 on the gate. The trailer, Incredible Lorraine. Should be another good one. 3-year-old fillies at the head of the stretch. Here they come. Great start. Miss Miley's away quick. Fillies revenge between fillies. Fox Valley Reagan on the outside. As they battle into that first turn. On the inside, Miss Miley driving up now on the outside. Fox Valley Reagan also on the move. Fillies Revenge. Fillies Revenge emerges the leader. Fillies Revenge, Mike Rogers by a length. Miss Miley is right there second. Incredible Lorraine is away third. She's away third from the back tier. Nice job there by Rick Schrock. Fourth on the inside, Fox Valley Reagan. First quarter was in 31 4/5 of a second. Moving up on the outside, Slim's Final Filly, and the trailer's Whiskey Tango. Illinois bred 3-year-old pacing. Fillies move over past the 3/8 mile marker. Fillies Revenge, she's the one to catch. She leads by a length and a quarter, Miss Miley. Second on the inside. On the outside, moving up now with some authority, Slim's Final Filly. It's Fillies Revenge, the half in 104 2. Slim's Final Filly on the outside, a closer second. Miss Miley's racing third on the inside. Incredible Lorraine is back there, a fourth along the rail. Then we got Fox Valley Reagan, and way wide is Whiskey Tango, but she's on the move. Up front, Fillies Revenge by a length. Miss Miley pulls from the pocket. She's only 3/4 of a length back. On the inside, Incredible Rain continues to get a nice trip. 3/4 and 1:36 and 1. They move over to the 7/8 mile marker. Fillies Revenge by a length now. Miss Miley is there second. Incredible Rain is racing third. Fox Valley Reagan is fourth. Slim's Final Fillies there. They're in the deep stretch. It's all Fillies Revenge. Fillies Revenge is going to win it by 4. Miss Miley home second. Incredible Lorraine. Then we had Fox Valley Reagan and Whiskey Tango. That mile was in 2:04 flat. 2:04 flat. Last half in 59 3. Last quarter was in 27 4/5 of a second. 27 4 for the last quarter. That's some pacing, folks. Mile 2:04, last half in 59 3. Last quarter, 27 4/5. Race sponsored by Hog Incorporated. Another one of our fine sponsors of the 2023 Greene County Fair Harness Racing Program. Fair Royalty, again, making their way trackside. Appreciate having the Fair Royalty with us on this long evening. Fair Queen Lena Malink, Junior Miss Hannah Hoagland, and Little Miss Caitlin Flatt. Here's your winner, folks. She was an 8-time winner last year as a 2-year-old. Picks up her first win of 23 as a 3-year-old. She's owned by Nan Turner, who's trackside from Argenta, trained by John Fletcher, who's also down there. Well driven by Mike Rogers to her 9th career victory. This mile in 2:4 flat with a final quarter in 27 4/5 of a second. 3-year-old daughter Revenge Shark from a Sagebrush mare. Nan Turner's good, Incredible Filly. Brendan Potts also down there with the connections of Fillies Revenge. Results of that ninth race now official. Number 1, Whiskey Tango finished 5th. Number 2, Slim's Final Filly was 6th. Number 3, Miss Miley finished 2nd. Number 4, Fillies Revenge, the winner. Number 5, Fox Valley Reagan was 4th. Number 6, Incredible Lorraine finished 3rd. First quarter was in 31-4. The half in 104-2. 3 quarters in 136-1. The mile was in 204 flat. Ninth race, checks down 5-6-2, 1-4-3 on the bottom. Tenth race coming up, 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers. Race sponsored by Shuffle Boyle. Number 3, Stars With You, will now be driven by Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton on the 3, Stars With You. Next Tuesday, the Midwestern Illinois Racing Association circuit moves to the Macoupin County Fair in Carlinville. And horsemen not in the Department of Agriculture booklet, but at Carlinville next Tuesday, there is a non-winners of 5,000 lifetime pace, which is omitted from that state guide. So at Carlinville next Tuesday, there's a non-winners of $5,000 lifetime, a pace that's omitted from the state guide.
Want to let you know our harness racing schedule. Again, it's on the screen for you. We've got about 17 dates on, counting tonight. And so check us out on our Facebook site at Harness Tube. And we'll then here is the second page of the schedule. As you can see that, again, you can find that on Harness Tube on Facebook. You can find our schedule. And your donations keep this for being a free broadcast. Donations or video or commercial sponsors, we are needed. Go to harnesstube@gmail.com or call David Brink. And so with that, keep those donations coming in. Race 10 coming up for you. I know we've got one driver change. Jordan Patton will be driving the 3, and we're waiting to see which horse Wyatt Avanetti is driving, 1 or the 6. So we'll be back after this with the track announcer.
In the upcoming 10th race, Matt Avanetti will drive the 1 Foxman. Race 10, number 1 Foxman will be driven by Matt Avanetti. The 3 Stars With You by Jordan Patton. Race 9, let's see, I think I forgot your Pick the Winner. Pick the Winner contest for race 9. This might be a repeat Same last name, but this time it's Mike Varble. Mike Varble. Mike Varble wins the Pick the Winner contest for race 9 and 5 tickets to the refreshment stand. Can't say enough about the fine sponsors, Carrollton Bank, CHS, CNB Bank and Trust, Killian Communications, Morrow Brothers Ford, Tri-County FS Incorporated, Worrell Land Services, Country Financial with Julie Schultz and Tracy Smith, Greene County Health Department, Jewel Construction, Pointer Electric, Spring Valley Farms, Cloverleaf Feed Company, Walnut Hall Estates, Seavers Equipment Company, Stone Seed, Nick Flowers, your local agent, People's Bank and Trust, Midwest Tractor Sales, McEvers Trucking, Main Street Tire and Auto, Jerseyville Mutual Insurance, Golden Eagle of Illinois, Countryside Builders, just a few of our fine sponsors. Paces are out for race 10, sponsored by Scheffel Boyle. Number 1 is Foxman, owned by Brian Lohman of Broadlands, Kevin Miller of Arthur, Kevin Miller the trainer with Matt Avanetti. 2 Deputy Dog, owned by Dietrich Kelly of Mississippi, Jamaica Patton the trainer driver. 3 Stars with You, owned by Wayne Brown of Mason, Tennessee. Wayne Brown trains with Jordan Patton. Number 4, Fox Valley Falcon, owned by Peter Uribe of Moline, Danny Clark of Mineral Point, Wisconsin, Benita Simmons of Springfield, Tom Simmons trains. Mike Rogers will drive. On the outside, the 5, Rocket Party on Moran Canup of Anna. Roshan Trigg trains. Jamel Denson will drive. And number 6 from the second tier will be Midnight Chrome owned by Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur. Kevin trains with Wyatt Avanetti. Again, this should be a good one. Foxman, a winner this year at Springfield in 158. Deputy Dog recently was timed in 54 and 1/5 of a second at Oak Grove. Midnight Chrome, who will start from the 6th hole in that second tier. Midnight Chrome was just 3rd at Springfield. Individually timed in 1:53 and 2/5 of a second. Getting a little darker out there, horsemen, so have that next race ready to come on as quickly as possible. The old eyes of this announcer are going to get pretty challenged here in the next 45 minutes. Here they come. What a beautiful start for these 3-year-old pacers. Deputy Dog's out quick. Foxman on the inside. Mike Rogers on the outside with Fox Valley Falcon. 3 wide into the first turn. Foxman along the inside. Right there second, and Deputy Dog. Deputy Dog now paces up and takes over. Deputy Dog as they're flying down the backstretch. Here comes Midnight Chrome. Midnight Chrome roars up out of there as they race past that quarter-mile marker. They race into the upper turn from the back tier off the quarter. The fastest of the night, 30 1/5 of a second. It's Midnight Chrome who started in the back tier. He leads by 1.25 lengths. Deputy Dog is right there second. They move now past that 3/8 mile market and head into the stretch. Good field of Illinois bred. 3-year-old pacers are being led by Midnight Chrome. He leads by 1.25 lengths. Here comes Foxman on the outside. Avenatti brothers are 1-2. Wyatt has the lead on the inside with Midnight Chrome. Matt is on the outside with Foxman. The half in 1.4 of a second. 1.4 of a second to swing off the 5/8. Midnight Chrome off the fastest first half of the evening. Leads by 1.25 lengths. On the outside, Foxman is right there second. Deputy Dog is racing third on the inside and starting to need some racing room. Then we've got Fox Valley Falcon. 132.2 off the 3/4. A turn for home. There's about 4 pacers in contention, but Midnight Chrome is the one to catch. Foxman is still on the outside as second. Racing third is Deputy Dog. Midnight Chrome and Wyatt Avenatti. Midnight Chrome. Deputy Dog was second. Foxman was home third, followed by Fox Valley Falcon fourth. That was a good one. The mile was in 2:01 and a 3. 2:01, 3/5. Last quarter in 29 1/5 of a second. Last half in 1.4. Both halves an identical 1.4. This race sponsored by Scheffel Boyle. Your winner is going to be the 6 Midnight Chrome, owned by Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur. Bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Sherman. Midnight Chrome, a 3-year-old gelded son of Some Star Somewhere from Tosca, Hanover by Cam's Card Chart. He's owned by Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur, trained by Kevin, driven by Wyatt Avenatti. Wyatt picks up his 3rd win on the evening card. The mile 2:01, 3/5 of a second. The first win for this 3-year-old in his 3rd start this year at 3. 56-2 winner last year at 2 at the coin. Lena Malink, Hannah Hoagland, and Caitlin Flatt, your fair royalty, coming trackside once again with the Scheffel Boyle Trophy presentation to Wyatt Avenatti and Midnight Chrome. Results of the 10th race now official. Number 1, Foxman finished 3rd. 2, Deputy Dog was 2nd. Number 3, Stars Are With You was 6th. Number 4, Fox Valley Falcon was 4th. 5, Rocket Party was 5th. Number 6, Midnight Chrome, the winner. First quarter was in 30 and a fifth. The half in a minute and 4/5. 3 quarters in 132 and 2/5. The mile was in 2:01 and 3/5 of a second. Race 10 checks from the top, 3, 2, 6, 4, 5, 1 on the bottom.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Non-winners of $5,000 lifetime. Race sponsored by Southside Hardware. Are at the gate, and the gate's on the move. Here they come. They're off in a pacing from the outside. Rockin' Fay. Rockin' Fay with a quick lead here as a race into the first turn. Dandy Surprise is a second. Ashley's Gone is pacing along third. Roland Callie is there fourth. A swing out of the turn, Dandy Surprise. Dandy Surprise, make that Rockin' Fay. As we head up the backstretch, Rockin' Fay on top. Dandy Surprise is racing second. Ashley's Gone is back there, third, and Roland Callie as they move past the quarter-mile marker. They race now over towards the 3/8 of a mile. First quarter was in 32 and 4/5 of a second. 32 and 4/5. Rockin' Fay is... All right, Rockin' Fay with the lead. Dandy Surprise is second. Ashley's Gone is back there, third, and Roland Callie is fourth. Back under the lights towards the half. It's Rockin' Fay by a length and a quarter. Dandy Surprise is right there second. Racing third off the half in 107-1 is Ashley's Gone. And then we got Roland Callie at the back. Past the draw gate, over to the 5/8 mile marker. Rockin' Fay opens up two now. Rockin' Fay. Dandy Surprise is back there second. Ashley's Gone. Chasing the fillies there third, and Roland Callie. They got a quarter of a mile to go when they got Rockin' Fay to catch. Rockin' Fay now opens up 8-9 lengths. Moving up to take over second is Ashley's Gone. 139-1 off the three quarters. 139-1, and Rockin' Fay's not gonna be caught. Racing second, Ashley's Gone, but it's futile here to try to catch the leader. Rockin' Fay is cruising to the wire. Ashley's Gone will be a second, followed by Roland Callie and Dandy's Surprise. 2:07, 1/5 of a second. 2:07, 1/5. .207, 1/5 of a second. Last half was in a minute flat. Last quarter in 28 seconds flat. Southside Hardware, the race sponsor. Rockin' Fay, a 4-year-old daughter, a world of rock and roll from Fox Valley Faith by Incredible Finale, bred by Wayne Brown of Mason, Tennessee, owned and trained by Wayne, well driven here by Jamaica Patton. A winner last year at Newton in 2:03-4. This mile 2:07-1, but a last half in a minute and the last quarter in 28 seconds flat. Wayne Brown, Jamaica Patton, Rock. Easy winners here in race 11. And they pick up the trophy from Southside Hardware. Race number 12 is the second division of the non-winners of 5,000 lifetime pace, sponsored by Hometown LP Gas.
Again, want to thank Lisa Surratt for running the camera for us. I'm Steve Surratt. I'm trying to do the stats. Hopefully things are coming through good for you. Again, 17 races or so on schedule for you for the summer. Next week we'll be in Carlinville, Decatur. Decatur actually twice. Carlinville on Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Decatur. And then we're done for a little while till we get to Rushville. But you can find our schedule on Harness Tube on Facebook. Go to Harness Tube on Facebook. And again, donations keep this free, that we can broadcast to you and have this free. Want to thank Ed Teefy, the track announcer, and the sound people from getting into here, and Tina and the whole crew here of making us comfortable up here. I understand that Carlinville might be a little challenge. We'll be in the infield, but we'll get something figured out as far as that's concerned. But we're glad that we could bring this to you as we get ready for race 11. With that, we'll put the race stats up here and let Ed Teefy take over the announcing.
11th race, now official. 1 Ashley's Gone was second. Number 2 Dandy's Surprise finished fourth. 3 Rolling Cali was third. Number 4 Rockin' Faye, the winner. First quarter was in 32-4. A half in 107-1. 3 quarters in 139-1. The mile was in 207 and the fifth. Race 11 checks down from the top, 2-4, 3-1 on the bottom. The mile 207 and 1/5.
Race 12 coming up for you this evening. Race 12, only 4 left here this evening, but race 12 will have in the contest Isle Coach, Glazug, Rockin' K-Phone, Big Guy Charlie, and Pulsar Image. And for those of you at home that hear me broadcast basketball, I butcher names, and horse racing names are sometimes hard to get, so we'll rely on Ed Teefy. Again, if you're looking at a way to enjoy this at home, put it on the big screen on YouTube, on Harness Tube. We're going to with you about 17 dates this year, and do some things, draw cards, pick who's going to win the race, and have a party at your house watching horse racing at the county fairs. And that's what we bring it to you for. If you've never watched before, give it a try. You'll enjoy what's going on with Harness Tube. Harness Tube on YouTube, and check our Facebook account out at Harness Tube on Facebook. But I want to thank David Brink. He's done a great job getting things put together here, and the sponsors and the donors that have helped things, and we continually need that help in order that we can keep doing this, and doing a quality job is what we'd like to do. But we're getting ready for race 12. We'll send it back to the track announcer as he comes on here in just a moment.
Looking for the 2, Glazog. Rick Schrock is on the 2 now. Rick Schrock driving the 2. So here's that field. Number 1 is Isle Coach on by Nancy and Don Mussolini of Lamont. Kevin Miller, the trainer, with Wyatt Avenatti. 2 is Glazog on by Andrew Herzog of Monticello, New York. Kurt Carey is the trainer. That's Rick Schrock driving the 2 now. Number 3 is Rockin' Cafone, owned by Wayne Brown of Mason, Tennessee. Wayne trains with Jamaica Patton. 4, Big Guy Charlie, owned by Alan and Doug Bowen of Mount Sterling. S.J. Walker of Chambersburg and Drake DeWitt. Doug Bowen trains and will drive. At number 5, Pulsar Image, owned by Sandra Dyer of Bartlett. Benita Simmons of Springfield. Tom Simmons, the trainer, with Mike Rogers. Big Guy Charlie making just his first lifetime start for the money. Had a big qualifier at Springfield, you can see last week, where he paced in 157.2 last quarter and 28.2, which is his first time behind the starting gate in that qualifier. Isle Coach made only 1 start last year as a 2-year-old. Makes his first start this year at 3. Glazog, the 2-horse, shows a couple starts in New York and 1 in Pennsylvania. 1 for the money. Rockin' Cafone, paced in 2:01 and 2. You can see in a qualifier over the mile track at Springfield. And Pulsar Image, another 3-year-old. Each one of these 5 starters is 3. All 5 just 3-year-olds. All 5 with limited experience. They're in behind the gate. Race 12 Pacers. Fields at the head of the struts. Gates picking up speed. Race sponsored by Hometown LP Gas. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. Isle Coach on the inside. Rockin' Cafone between horses. As they race into the first turn, Glazog made a break. Now driving up is Rockin' Cafone. Rockin' Cafone has the lead as we head up the backstretch. Rockin' Cafone, but here's a big move. Who's that? Pulsar Image takes over here.
31 and 3.
Off the quarter, and 31 and 3/5 of a second. 31 and 3/5. It's Pulsar Image leading this race by about a length and a quarter as they move past the 3/8 mile marker. Rockin' Cafone still there in the pocket second. As the overnight Pacers race towards the half, our coaches with the leaders there third. 105 and 1. Then we got Glazog and big guy Charlie's back at the back here, past the half. They move past the draw gate over to the 5/8. Pulsar Image by a length and a half. Rockin' Cafone is right there second. Our coach is racing third. We got a quarter of a mile to go. 137 and 3. A Pulsar Image on the inside. Rockin' Cafone on the outside. Now takes over. Our coach moves at the leaders. There's 3 in contention with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Rockin' Cafone with our coach coming wide. Rockin' Cafone on the inside. Our coach is flying up on the outside, but it's going to be Rockin' Cafone, our coach, followed by Pulsar's Image. Mar was in 2:06 and 1 last half and 1:01 last quarter and 28 and 3/5 of a second. And Jamaica Patton picks up driving win number 4 on the night. Jamaica Patton now with 4 driving wins. Wyatt Avenetti with 3. This time it was with Wayne Brown's Rockin' Cafone. So that connection of Wayne Brown and Jamaica Patton, back-to-back wins here. Rockin' Cafone wins this mile in 2:06 and 1. It's his lifetime best now. Their queen, Lena Malink, is trackside there with junior myth Hannah Hoagland to make the hometown LP Gas Trophy presentation to Wayne Brown, Jamaica Patton, and Rockin' Cafone. Win number 4 for Jamaica tonight. Mike Rogers to the starting gate. Okay, Mike Rogers, meet Mitch Titus in the starting gate there at the draw gate, please. There's an inquiry into this 12th race, so the results are still unofficial. Mike Rogers. Mike Rogers to the starting gate, please. Doug Bowen to the starting gate. Doug Bowen to the starting gate. Fields at the head of the struts. Gates picking up speed. Race sponsored by Hometown LP Gas. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. Out coach on the inside. Rockin' Cafone between horses. As they race into the first turn, Klazog made a break. Now driving up is Rockin' Cafone. Rockin' Cafone has the lead as we head up the backstretch. Rockin' on a Mason. Klazog made a break. Now driving up is Rockin' Cafone. Rockin' Cafone has the lead as we head up the backstretch. 1 and 2, you can see
31 and 3.
off the quarter, and 31 and 3/5 of a second. 31 and 3/5. It's poles. Results are now official for race number 12, and there is a disqualification, and there is some placings. Race 12, number 1, I'll Coach, was second. Number 2, Glazog, finished fourth, has been placed third. Number 3, Rockin' Cafone, the winner. Number 4, Big Guy Charlie, finished fifth, has been placed fourth. Number 5, Pulsar Image, finished third, has been disqualified for interference in the first turn and placed fifth. First quarter was in 31 and 3, the half in 105 and 1, 3/4 in 137 and 3, the mile 206 and the fifth. Race 12 checks down after the placings 2, 3, 1, 4, 5 on the bottom. 206 and 1 for the mile. Race 13 coming up next, the Open Trot, sponsored by Blanton Construction. Number 4, EM's Roscoe Coltrane, will now be driven by Darla Martin Lohman. Darla Lohman on the 4.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 30 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Jerome is the trainer driver. 2 Reeds Kid, number Bob Decker of Atwater. Steve Halford, the second, the trainer driver. 3 Noble Prize, number Doug Graham of Springfield. Doug trains and drives. 4 EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane, owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood. Jacob Radel is the trainer with Darla Martin Lohman. 5 is Lou's Lexi Lou, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, and Roshan Trigg. Roshan trains, J.D. Lewis will drive. Open Trotters, Blanton Construction, your race sponsor. Race 13 in your program. All these horses have a little back class. The 3 Noble Prize, he's a 9-year-old son of the nationally prominent sire Cadabra. He's made over 156,000 in his career. Lifetime best of 154 and 4 years ago. The 2 Reeds Kid, owned by Atwater's Bob Decker. Lifetime earnings of over $97,000. 13 years old now. You can see the 2 Reeds Kid, 13 years old. 19 wins in his lifetime. So we got a 13-year-old in number 2 Reeds Kid, and we got a 3-year-old in number 5, Lou's Lexi Lou. Good.
Need help, pause, and I'll throw some numbers at you. Who's on the gate right now?
Open Trotters, Blanton Construction, your race sponsor. They're at the head of the stretch. The gate's picking up speed. Here they come, and they're off and trotting. On Glide goes off stride. On Glide has made a break. Reach Kid trots out for the early lead. EM's Roscoe P. Coltown is away a second. Racing third is a Noble Prize as we head up the backstretch. Reach Kid with the lead by 2.5 lengths, but Rolling up on the outside now, I think that's Noble Prize. Oh, that's on glide. That's on glide. Hard for me to see. On glide. That's the 3-year-old off the quarter and 33 and 1/5 of a second. 2 up front, Reach Kid. Reach Kid still has the lead by a nick on glide. 4-year-old daughter at Cassis is right there second. Darla's back there third with EM's Roscoe P. Coltrown as we trot towards the half-mile mark. On the outside, on glide, now with a narrow lead, on glide by a neck. Reach Kid on the inside second, the half in 1:03 and 1. On glide by a neck. Right there second, Reach Kid. EM's Roscoe P. Coltown moves up a closer third now. Noble Prize is there fourth. As we race up the backstretch, on glide is still there. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane is the new leader. On glide is back to second. 3/4 and 1, 36 and 1. They move into that final turn. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane. Here comes Lou's Lexi Lou on the outside, I believe. Darla Martin Lohman on the inside. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane on the outside. Lou's Lexi Lou, the 3-year-old. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane wins it by a half length over the 5. Lou's Lexi Lou, Noble Prize comes on to be third. .207 flat. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane. His 13th race, sponsored by Blanton Construction. And it was won by the 4, EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane in 2:07. It's a 5-year-old gelded son of Southwind Breeze. Owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, Illinois. Jacob Radel is the trainer. Darla Martin Lohman did the capable driving tonight. Darla picks up the win in 2:07 flat. Here's your open trot winner, winning the Blanton Construction Company Trophy. Southwind Breeze gelding from a pacing bred co-muffler mare wins the open trot here. He's bred by Irvin Miller. Picked up his 6th win in 55 career starts for Jacob Radel and the talented Darla Martin Lohman doing the driving. Results of the 13th race now official. Number 1, On Glide, finished 4th. Number 2, Reach Kid was 5th. Number 3, Noble Prize, finished 3rd. 4, EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane, the winner. Number 5, Lou's Lexi Lou was 2nd. First quarter was in 33 and 1. The half in 1:03 and a 5th. 3/4 in 1:36 and 1. The mile was in 2:07 flat. Race 13 checks from the top, 4, 5, 3, 1, 2 on the bottom. Race 14, the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, 3-year-old and up pace. The filly division, we look for Bootsy Bombay. I Want to Rock and Roll. Bombay Parkway, she's self-contained, double parked, can't stay too long. Very good field of fillies coming up here in race number 14, sponsored by the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. Pacers are out now for the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association 3-year-old and up filly and mare pace. Nice field here, going for $1,800, courtesy of the IHHA. Brenda Watson, grassroots coordinator for the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, with us tonight. Number 1, Bootsy Bombay, twice the Night of Champions winner, owned by Jim Greer of Peoria. Nick Prather, the trainer driver. This winner of over $117,000, starts from the rail. Number 2, I Want to Rock and Roll, owned by Three's Crowd Stable at Cantrell. Rick Schrock is the trainer driver. 3, Bombay Parkway, owned by Doug and Alan Bowen, Ron Cox, and Deb Jones, a market of Mount Sterling and Huntsville, trained by Alan Bowen, driven by Doug Bowen. 4, She's Self-Contained, owned by Marge Decker of Atwater, Steve Halford, the trainer driver. Number 5, a Double Parked, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur. Kevin trains with Wyatt Avenetti. And number 6, Can't Stay Too Long, owned by Charles Hurst of Houston, Texas. Roshan Trigg trains, Jamal Denson drives.
Just an added note here, folks, if you've noticed.
Pick the Winner contest winner in race 13, Dean Davenport. Dean Davenport.
Go back to the camera. Due to the darkness here, when she hits those dark spots, the camera can't focus in, folks, so we apologize for that, but the lighting is not real good around the track here. So that's what's going on with that when you take a look at that. Again, we thank you for watching and listening. It would enjoy your feedback. You can give the feedback on a Facebook page or in a private message, we would ask. Trying to improve things. Again, if you'd like to be a donor or a sponsor, that keeps this broadcast free and allows us to do the broadcasts that we do with the travel expenses that we have to get to different places and equipment and everything else. So we appreciate you watching and listening, but also would like to have donors and sponsors. Again, go to harnesstube@gmail.com, harnesstube@gmail.com, and David Brink will get back with you on that. Send him a private message on Facebook. Whatever you need to do there, you can do that. We appreciate it. Again, with that, we'll go back to the track announcer as we get ready for the 14th race of 15 tonight.
Six fillies, 5 on the gate. Can't Stay Too Long. We'll start in the back tier. A talented group here. The 1, Bootsy Bombay, and the 5, Double Parked. Both winners of over $100,000 in their careers. Gates on the move. Race 14. That's She's Self-Contained. Off stride and way back off the gate. She's Self-Contained. Way back off the gate. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. I Want to Rock and Roll on the inside. On the outside, driving out there is Double Parked. Double Parked on the outside. I Want to Rock and Roll on the inside. And they're rolling a little bit around that first turn. Heading up the back stretch now. That's I Want to Rock and Roll. I Want to Rock and Roll leads by a length and a quarter. Double Parked is back there second. First quarter was in 30 and 4/5 of a second. First quarter 30 and 4/5. I think that's Bootsy Bombay racing the third as they swing off the 3/8 mile marker. Up front, it's, no. Yeah, 2. I want to rock and roll. Rick's Rock leads by a length and a quarter. Racing second is Double Parked. Bootsy Bombay off the half in 102 and 4. Can't Stay Too Long. Then Bombay Parkway is back there fifth. She's Self-Contained is sixth. So they move now over to the 5/8 mile marker. I Want to Rock and Roll. Still there with the lead. Double Parked is second. Bootsy Bombay is pacing third. Can't Stay Too Long is fourth. Bombay Parkway is fifth. And She's Self-Contained is sixth. 3/4 in 135 and 3. I Want to Rock and Roll and Rick's Rock have been there the whole way. They lead by a length and a half. Double Parked is racing second on the inside. Can't Stay Too Long making a wide move with an 1/8 of a mile to go. I Want to Rock and Roll is drawing off. I Want to Rock and Roll wins it easily. Then it was Bombay Parkway coming up the inside to be second. Bombay Parkway finishes well to be second, I think. Well, it was in 2:04 and 3, 2:04 and 3 last quarter and 29 seconds flat. Splits were 30 and 4 to the quarter, 102 and 4 to the half, 135 and 3 to the 3/4. The mile was in 2:04 and 3/5. I Want to Rock and Roll, wire to wire, over the Threeser Crown Stable of Cantrell, trained over at the Illinois State Fairgrounds by Rick Schrock, driven by Rick to victory here in 2:04.3 in the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association 3-year-old and up filly division. And the connections of I Want to Rock and Roll coming trackside. Nice to see Alice Thompson down there. Here comes Jody Peacock. Tina Walker-Schrock, Chaz Walker, with these little one out there, one of the newest little walkers, making her first trip to the winner's circle. I Want to Rock and Roll, owned by Threeser Crown Stable of Cantrell, trained and driven by Rick Schrock. 2:04 3/5. It's Brenda Watson from the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association making that trophy presentation. There's also the 14th race now official. Number 1, Bootsy Bombay finished 5th. 2, I Want to Rock and Roll, the winner. Number 3, Bombay Parkway was second. Number 4, She Self-Contained finished sixth. Number 5, Double Parked was third. Number 6, Can't Stay Too Long was fourth. First quarter was in 30 4/5. The half in 102 4/5. 3 quarters in 135 3. The mile 204 3/5 of a second. Race 14 checks from the top. 5, 1, 2, 6, 3, 4 on the bottom. Nightcap, 15th and final race coming up next. IHHA 3-year-old and up pace, horse and gelding division. The 3-horse Fox Valley Oscar will be driven by Zach Denson. Zach Denson will drive the 3. Pick the winner contest winner for that 14th race. They're keeping it in the family. The winner, Marley Molink. Marley Molink wins the 5 tickets to the refreshment stand. Race 15. Fox Valley Big Gump Arcadia Sportacular and Fox Valley Oscar. Randy Callahan has been our presiding judge today. Does a lot of county fairs, does an excellent job. Dave DeShazer and Steve Reynolds, as we talked about them earlier, they're our associate judges and timers. They do an excellent job. Of course, Marietta Walker's been the clerk of the course, as she has for many, many years. Her daughter, Tina Walker Schrock, is the secretary treasurer, and about every officer you can think in the county fair harness racing programs. Couldn't hardly have Illinois County Fair harness racing without Tina. Does a little bit of everything in a lot of different departments and does it very professionally. Miles is here from Bog Sound Service. We appreciate Miles and the good job he's done tonight. Brady and Emma Schrock, they've been working all day, and a big thank you to the track crew. Track's been fast. We've had a lot of big fractions, big halves, big last quarters, and Grummels and everybody else, and the local implement dealers that supplied tractors and trucks. You're all greatly appreciated. Fields out for race number 15. Again, we want to thank Harness Tube, David Brink, and Steve and Lisa Surratt for covering these races on the internet, and they'll be covering a lot of races throughout the summer, so contact them at Harness Tube or contact David Brink, and he can line you up with some sponsorship. Here's the field for the 15th. Number 1 is Fox Valley Big Gump, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur. Kevin is a trainer with Wyatt Avenatti. 2 is Arcadia Sportacular, owned by the Threesa Crown Stable of Cantrell. Rick Schrock, the trainer driver. Number 3, Fox Valley Oscar, owned by Jerry Blount of Clinton, Mississippi. Jerry Blount is the trainer. Zach Denson will drive. Guess that's Zach over there on the back stretch.
Just keep him there and go to.
All right, 3 pacers. 3 pretty good pacers going to the gate here. Fox Valley Big Gump, Wyatt Avenatti. Arcadia Sportacular, Rick Schrock going for 2 in a row for the Threesa Crown Stable. And we got Fox Valley Oscar with Zach Denson. Mitch Titus from Charleston's been your starter all evening, and Mitch has this field of pacers at the head of the stretch. Stan Swisher driving the car. Here they come. Good start for the three pacers. They race 3 wide into that first turn. Fox Valley Big Gump on the inside. Arcadia Spectacular is second. And Fox Valley Oscar, racing a little wide, will now drop in there third. So we head up the backstretch. They're racing just as they started. Fox Valley Big Gump by 2. Arcadia Spectacular is right there second. Fox Valley Oscar's in chase third. 30 and 2/5 of a second past the quarter-mile marker into that upper turn. Fox Valley Big Gump, Arcadia Spectacular, Fox Valley Oscar. They're at the head of the stretch first time around. Wyatt Avenatti going for win number 4. He leads by a length and a half. Arcadia Spectacular gets the perfect trip. Here comes Zach Denson, Fox Valley Oscar, driving up on the outside, the half in 101 and 4/5 of a second. 101 and 4 off the half. They race over to the 5/8 mile marker. It's Fox Valley Big Gump by a length and a half. Fox Valley Oscar on the outside is now second. Arcadia Spectacular needs some racing room. They got a quarter of a mile to go. Big Gump, Fox Valley Big Gump, there in 132 and 4. 3/4 in 132 and 4. Fox Valley Big Gump, Arcadia Spectacular looks to have some pace, needs some racing room. He just found it on the inside. Fox Valley Big Gump on the outside. Arcadia Spectacular, a 16th of a mile to go. Fox Valley Big Gump, Arcadia Spectacular, but it's Fox Valley Big Gump, Arcadia Spectacular, and Fox Valley Oscar. Fox Valley Big Gump, 202 2/5, 202.2. 30 and 2 for the quarter. The half was in 101 and 4. 3/4 in 132 and 4. The mile was in 202 2/5. They finished just like they started. 1, 2, 3. Big thank you again to your fair royalty. Miss Greene County Fair, Lena Malink, Junior Miss Hannah Hoagland, Little Miss Caitlin Flatt. Pick the winner contest.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate. We've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Again, you can see Harness Racing on Harness Tube on YouTube. Go to our Facebook page, Harness Tube on Facebook. Send us a message. But you can see we've got several dates out there coming up with the broadcast. I want to thank our donors for generously giving their time and their money. And also want to thank, you can be a donor or you can be a corporate sponsor by and keep this free to everyone. Again, thank you for watching and listening. This has been a Harness Tube production. We'll see you Tuesday in Carlinville.